And now, our feature presentation.
Distance jumping takes enormous courage and skill. The jumper you're about to see will need plenty of both to accomplish a daring leap over a line of cars into a pool of water. Let's join Kathy Lee and Fran on the scene.
The atmosphere here is electric with excitement. As you can see, the cars are lined up, and the jump's about to take place.
Well, Fran, I think we better get out of the way.
Right, Kathy Lee.
How are you doing? Hopper, you were incredible.
Good evening, I'm John Davison with a lot more that's incredible. Super stuntman Spanky Spangler will attempt to launch his car directly through this giant automobile pyramid.
I'm Fran Tarkington.
Jerry Lannis is an incredible artist who has turned the beach into his canvas and created stunning masterpieces out of sand.
I'm Kathy Lee Crosby. The Kingdom of Nepal is the setting for a brand new sport. Combine two teams of athletes with a ball, some mallets, and a herd of 6-ton elephants. What do you have? Elephant polo.
You'll see this and much more
Tonight on...
That's incredible!
In law enforcement, we respond to emergencies.
Fair elections are facing an emergency. MAGA Republicans are redrawing maps to give Trump more power.
Just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats.
But Virginia can level the playing field. Vote yes by April 21st.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea.
To 67-year-old Phil Guarnacia, physical fitness is not just a matter of health, it's also a matter of pride.
For the last 20 years, Phil has maintained a standing offer. If anyone can keep up with him during his workout, he'll pay them $5,000.
Over the years, Phil has taken on 172 challengers. It never cost him a cent.
This contest is like the last 172. I'm nervous, I'm sweaty all over, and I want to be that way.
The gentleman's 68 years old, and I'm 20, and I think I have a lot going for me, and I'm real confident that I can beat him. I'm going to just try my best.
I don't think it's going to be easy just for the fact that I know he's been doing it most of his life, and he's got the experience all on his side.
I say it should be a very good challenge for myself as well, to keep up with someone as his age.
If one of these challengers can simply keep up with 67-year-old Phil Guarnacia's personal workout, they'll win $5,000.
Phil is ready to kick off this grueling contest. For the first event, Phil will wear 10-pound weight belts on each ankle while performing dead hang leg raises.
During each of the raises, legs must remain straight and feet must touch the bar. Phil will perform 10 of them.
In the starting round of the workout challenge, the young competitors already show the strain of trying to keep up with Phil.
Phil has decided to go easy on these young men during the first couple of rounds and not eliminate them for breaking the rules. Referee Steve Johnson recaps the results of the competitive opening round.
We had one individual pass the test. We had Doyle had 1 fault out of 10 where the legs did not complete underneath the bar. And Lou failed the exercise because his legs were bent. However, he completed 10 reps. So we'll move on to the next exercise.
The next exercise in this demanding event is one of Phil's favorites, upside-down toe touches. To make the exercise even more difficult, Phil will be wearing 10-pound weight belts on each wrist. He's determined to make these youngsters wish they had never stepped into the gym with him.
Round 2. Phil is a physical fitness machine.
At age 67, he's 3 years older than the combined ages of his challengers. Nevertheless, Phil has no trouble completing 25 exhausting upside-down toe touches.
Rod Aiken is exhausted. He's probably wondering how long his body can hold up to this severe punishment.
25.
Doyle looks destroyed. It's only the second round, but his strength is rapidly draining out of him.
25.
Lou is in pain, and the worst is yet to come. The party is over. From this point on, Phil means business.
25.
The next phase of this fierce competition is weightlifting events. The first being elevated sit-ups with 65 pounds. Phil will perform 7 of these extremely difficult moves. Round 3 is underway. Once again, Phil will set the pace, and the 3 challengers will have to match him, pound for pound, lift for lift.
With each sit-up, the barbell must touch the floor and then be pulled upward until the back is completely straight. It's a grueling test of brute strength and endurance. Phil has done 5, 2 more to go. Rod is holding his own and standing up to the challenge. Lou is barely surviving. His muscles are weakening and his body is beginning to wear out under the intense physical strain. For Doyle, the punishing workout is taking its toll. He is struggling to remain in the running. He needs one more. He barely does it. It's on to round 4 of this incredible $5,000 workout challenge.
Contestants, I'd like to inform you at this time that Phil has been very benevolent up to this time during the competition. From this point forward, any technical error on any lift will automatically disqualify you from any further competition. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Round 4, elevated sit-ups with an unbelievable 105 pounds.
That's 40 pounds more than in the last round.
Phil is putting on a dynamic display of weightlifting skills. Even the referee can't believe his eyes.
The challengers seem to be in shock. They're in awe of the amazing stamina and strength of this 67-year-old giant of the gymnasium.
You want to file free? Hit it.
This cleaner is insane. It removes baked-on oven grease, black mold, and years of soap scum from any surface without scrubbing, without bleach, and without anything you'd be afraid to have around a toddler. It was invented by a world-class chemist named Janet Tan. When her daughter started crawling, she tried to switch to natural cleaners, like most moms, and immediately the cleaning got worse. She was scrubbing twice as hard, and the grease still wasn't coming off. She was working harder, getting worse results, and she still wasn't sure the products she used were safe. But being a chemist, she started digging around, and here's what she found. Most natural cleaners are so diluted that when you...
Phil is pumped up and primed for victory. Incredibly, he's done 10 sit-ups, but he's not through yet.
Phil is a champion, and he's determined to teach the young muscle men a lesson they'll never forget. Phil shows no mercy. He taunts his challengers by grinding out not 1, but 2 more sit-ups.
The first to try is Rod. But he's quickly disqualified. Next up is Doyle. Doyle is hot stuff on the teenage bodybuilding circuit. But Phil Guarnacia is no teenager. Doyle is eliminated on his second lift. Only Lou is still in the running for the $5,000, but he can barely get the bar up off the ground. The contest is over. Phil once again defended his title. Phil has proven he is a modern-day physical fitness gladiator, a workout warrior who's impossible to beat.
Spanky Spangler is one of the world's top stuntmen. He's probably performed more jumps, falls, and crashes than any man alive.
Spanky is a master of his art, and he's created an incredible new stunt that has never before been tried. It begins with a pyramid of 15 cars.
An Arizona desert is probably the last place you'd expect to find a row of parked cars. But these 15 vehicles are part of an incredible stunt engineered and designed by Spanky Spangler.
Spanky's plan is to punch through the pyramid and come out the other side. He'll do it in a car traveling 55 miles an hour. One by one, the gas-guzzling giants are moved into place and the pyramid begins to take shape. The base of the pyramid will consist of 5 cars, lined up bumper to bumper, stretching almost 80 feet long.
The placement of the cars is extremely critical. If they're not arranged properly, the entire pyramid, over 30 tons of metal, could come crashing down. Driving a car through this wall of steel requires precision timing, careful planning, and unbelievable skill. Everything from the size of the cars to the design of the launching ramp must be meticulously calculated. Nothing can be left to chance, and there's no room for error.
This 2,000-pound van will be placed in the center of the pyramid and serve as Spanky's target. His car will collide with the van at a bone-crushing speed of 55 miles per hour. A ramp will propel Spanky's car towards its target. Spanky's car must hit the van with enough speed and force to punch it out of the center. And hopefully Spanky's car will still have enough power to carry him through the pyramid before it collapses on him.
If Spanky's car hits the pyramid too high, the roof will be sliced off and Spanky could be decapitated. If Spanky's car hits the pyramid too low, it'll be stopped cold in its tracks and tons of metal will come crushing down on it.
The final 4-wheel building block is moved into place, and the towering pyramid is almost complete. Spanky runs a final check on the ramp that will launch his car. The car will be like a flying battering ram that will travel 45 feet through the air on its collision course with the van.
Every precaution is taken to ensure Spanky's safety. Baseball shin guards will shield his legs, and a chest protector will absorb the shock of any punishing blows. Stabilizing straps will protect Spanky's head and neck from any violent whiplash.
A heavy steel reinforced roll cage will shield Spanky inside the car. Everything is in place, and Spanky is ready to attempt his death-defying drive through the pyramid of cars.
All the careful planning and preparation is about to be put to the test in the most dangerous drive that Spanky Spangler has ever taken.
Speed is critical. Spanky must be traveling exactly 55 miles per hour when he hits the ramp and takes off on his collision course with the van. If he's traveling too fast or too slow, this stunt could end tragically. Here he goes.
He's out. We'll see the rest of this daring stunt when That's Incredible continues.
Mashed potatoes, my favorite. Mac and cheese, my favorite. Pancakes, my favorite. Ooh, my favorite.
If you have a tuition monster, we have a way to tame him. With over 20 investment options, there's a plan for everyone. Visit invest529.com.
Tacos, my favorite.
Spanky Spangler can successfully launch himself directly through a pyramid of 15 cars.
Smashing through the center of this pile of steel and glass is a formidable challenge, even for a seasoned stuntman like Spanky Spangler.
But Spanky's eager to meet the challenge of this never-before-tried feat. His experience, planning, and driving skill are about to undergo a dangerous test. He's all set. And he's off.
Speed is extremely critical. The magic number is 55 miles per hour. If Spanky hits the ramp traveling too fast or too slow, he will not strike his target square on, and his car could be turned into his coffin.
Here he goes. He's up, and he's done it! But his car traveled a bit too high, and the top of it was sliced off.
The unexpected is never surprising in an untried stunt, but it's shocking and frightening nonetheless.
The tiniest error can be the difference between success and tragedy. Spanky and his crew know that all too well.
Incredibly, Spanky is alive and doesn't appear to be seriously hurt. Spanky has miraculously survived this near-death collision, and it's time to celebrate his successful plunge through the pyramid of cars. But before he begins his victory celebration, Spanky takes a moment to reflect on the mistake that nearly cost him his life.
Track is so bumpy that my speedometer kept bouncing around so bad, and I only got one shot of looking at my speedometer. I didn't know exactly where I was. To do a good show, I just punched it.
Here's the leap again. Here's a slow-motion look at Spanky's incredible, death-defying drive through the car pyramid.
Here's that amazing stunt from another angle. As soon as Spanky realized his car was traveling too high, he ducked down. It's a good thing he did. The fierce impact of the crash instantly turned his hard-top car into a convertible.
Nobody should ever attempt this type of dangerous stunt. It was Spanky's years of experience and his quick reflexes that saved his life and turned this near-fatal stunt into a truly smashing success.
Recently, a group of the world's top polo players accepted an irresistible challenge. They traveled halfway around the world for the most incredible game of their lives.
Let's join them now in Kathmandu for a game of pachyderm polo.
Nepal is famous for mountain climbing, not polo playing. But today's events might just be the start of an incredible new tradition. Polo played with elephants.
An interested, if somewhat baffled crowd is ready to provide a warm welcome for the distinguished arriving team. All the way from Great Britain have come a group of world-class polo players. None of these top athletes have ever tried elephant polo, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance that none of them want to miss.
In addition to the players themselves, the elephants will also be carrying a driver up front, as well as a rear herdsman to control their speed. There will be two teams competing for the championship, the Jumbo team and the Tiger Top team.
During the genteel pregame period, the atmosphere is quite relaxed, but within moments, these athletes will engage in full-blown polo combat.
Extra long mallets must be used in elephant polo, and each player adjusts them to his own specifications. Finally, the signal is given, and the match is ready to begin.
First comes the traditional coin toss to determine which side of the field each team will take.
A final goodwill handshake is received, and then it's time for the players to rise to the occasion. Once they've comfortably mounted the elephants, they position themselves onto the field. In this unprecedented game, the first goal will win the match.
With the simple toss of the ball, elephant polo is underway. The Tiger Tops have smacked the ball into the defender's territory and are quickly at it.
The Tiger Tops have smacked the ball into the defender's territory, and they're quickly after it.
The Jumbos return to defend their goal, but the Tiger Tops are right on their tail.
The ball is right on the goal line, and the elephants themselves are getting involved. There's a good defensive kick. And now a brilliant sidestep maneuver.
Suddenly, the ball pops loose and rolls over the goal line.
The Tiger Tops team have won, and it's a victory to be proud of. Elephant polo is an incredible game that both the players and elephants will certainly never forget. In a moment,
There's virtually nothing that sculptor Jerry Linus can't create, and he does it all with nothing but sand.
When That's Incredible continues.
Virginia, Republicans want to wield unchecked power, but you can stop them by voting yes by April 21st.
Operations Manager. Before you spend another day lost in schedules and time tracking, meet Connect Team, the all-in-one platform that...
Whenever Jerry Linus goes to work, he draws a crowd that stands in awe of his creations.
During the last 30 years, Jerry has erected skyscrapers, built lavish mansions, and constructed entire cities by the sea.
It's dawn at Fire Island, New York. Most people are still in their beds, sound asleep.
But Jerry Linus is already hard at work, digging the foundation for his latest creation.
Jerry is a 40-year-old graphic designer and art director in New York City.
But sculpting has always given Jerry the most artistic satisfaction. He began at an early age.
When I was a baby, I would make sculptures in mud and make chess sets out of clay that I would dig out of the earth. But I started seriously working in sand about 10 years ago.
Jerry fashions his sand sculptures using nothing more than a few simple tools and his hands.
It is very strenuous work and not a hobby for someone who is out of shape. A single sculpture can take 12 hours to complete. Jerry has been known to lose as much as 7 pounds during the course of a day.
But strength and stamina are not all that's required. Sculpting with sand presents problems that can keep a work from ever getting off the ground.
It requires a gentle touch because, of course, gravity is one of the most important elements. If I were to touch the base of this in the wrong way, the whole thing would come sliding down. And I could conceivably watch hours worth of work disappear.
Jerry's creations contain intricate detail and great imagination.
Due to the very nature of his art, none of Jerry's sculptures survived the rising tide.
However, Jerry has preserved his work in a book of photographs.
These are but a few of Jerry's incredible sculptures.
Although their existence is short-lived, for those who see them firsthand, they leave a lasting impression.
Yo, it's Rich Top, AI in the house. Plug in, level up. We building right now. From zero to hero, no cap, let's go. Build with AI. Yeah, we stacking the code. Prompt the power, watch the future explode. Newbies, listen up. Rich Top on the flow. Lessons from the grind. Now you ready to grow. AI in the zone. Rich Top teaching, never build alone. From beginning to beast, yeah, we own the throne. Build with AI.
Hello, everybody. Everybody, and I mean zero. Oh, I do have one. Hello. All right. We're kind of gonna wing it tonight. We're gonna take an idea and turn it into a working game, hopefully.
Different mindset on lock, parallel agents, multi-thread the clock. No more one shot. I orchestrate the crew, lane chain flows, make the model pursue. Tools in the mix, web search code run. Don't fear the loop, let the agents have fun. For the new ones watching, start smart, don't stress. Build a simple bot, then scale to the next. I drop gems weekly, real talk, no hype. Mistakes I made, so you skip the white from prompt engineer to full stack creator. AI ain't the future, yo, it's now. See you later.
How is everybody doing tonight? I've got to start recording too. There we go.
Feel that bass hit deep. That's the grind. That's the leap. Rich Top AI. We don't sleep. We build. We teach. We keep it elite. New blood come through.
Give me 1 second. I'm still getting things set up here.
Make it in, hit play, join the live stream squad. Rich top, dropping knowledge. Applaud if you nod. From no code news to coding with flair. AI's the tool, you the one on prepare. We building empires. Pixel by pixel, futures wide open. Let's get official. Shout to the fam, tuning in every week.
Turn
Together
this
we
music
ride.
down
No
just a
cap,
little
that's the
bit.
Yeah, we stacking the code. Prop the power, watch the future explode. Rich top AI, build mode. Let's
All right, let me. I'm gonna go fix. Let me go fix this. They really should default this to, yeah. They should really default this setting to chat on, because I forget to do it every time. And I need to create a checklist, as my wife suggested. Everyone, chat, everyone, rebroadcast. Going. Yeah, we're back up. All right, can you check the chat now to see if it's working? All right, we got to get some music, right? Let's see here. There we go. Built a stream deck last night to help me with live stream, and it's all working now. You want to see something? Watch this. What do you think about that? Now we got a topic header. We know what we're doing. Okay, let's get back over to kind of figuring out what we're going to do. You're going to get to see the whole crazy Brian tonight. All right. All right, what we're doing here. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I probably just lost. Yep, I did. Man, that sucks. All right, you get to see the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the bad, the ugly. I could have played this on that mistake I just made. And when I get my cable for my screen where I don't have to switch screens all the time, it'll be easier. I could have played. Yeah, or I could win. It was an error. That's a bad error. I gotta change that. All right, back to getting serious here. So what I'm gonna have to do is remember to keep saving. And we could do sci-fi. What did I say we were doing? Fantasy, horror, detective, and let's do Western. Let's see if I'm missing something else. What else did I have? All right, let's do superhero. So what we're doing is we're going to attempt, we're probably going to have a lot of failures tonight, but that's okay because we're testing stuff out. So we're going to build a game, and the idea is it's a story generating puzzle journey game. Yeah. How's that for marketing? So the idea is you're going to pick your genre. You're going to be a character in this story, so you're going to be able to choose a character name. Let's get this centered up. And then we're going to be able to add a description. Or let's call it story starter. And user can input story. Or if blank, then model will create beginning. All right. So this, can I multi-select? I don't know if I can on here. Yeah, I can. We're gonna say this is our user input, right? Let's group those. All right, so why is that text green? There we go. So pretty simple. This is going to be our, let's do this. Let's make this the user input. And then what we're going to do, we're going to have, now here's the question we got to decide. We got to decide if we're going to try using a local model to generate our story or if we're going to use an API. And I think what we're going to do, because it's cheap, is I think we're going to use Grok 4.1 for our story generator. I think that's what we're going to do. We could use Haiku. Let's try Grok. It's cheaper. So we're going to say model Grok 4.1 fast reasoning. This a different color. Do the text is white. All right. How do I want to lay this out? Let's do, like I said, you're seeing my crazy mind exposed tonight. All right, let's so what is the model going to do? All right, let's just say what it's going to do here. So we're going to have that model take the user input, which would be the genre it picks, the character name, then any description that the user inputs to start the story. And then we're going to send that to Grok 4.1 fast reasoning. And it's going to take that user reasoning, or I'm sorry, I heard a noise behind me and I got distracted. We're going to take this user input, feed it to Grok, and have it generate that first chapter of the story. Now, what we've got to do here, we'll get that on the details of the plan. We're just going to kind of map this out right now. Because then what we're going to do is Grok will send image prompt to, we're going to use Gemini. I can't spell banana. I think it's right. to Grok will send an image prompt to Gemini and a banana that represents. So come on, Brian. Let's go. Let's go here. All right, so again, Grok's going to take the user input, start the story, create the first chapter. Once it creates that first chapter of the story, it's then going to create a prompt, an image prompt that we're going to send to Gemini Nano Banana. And it's just going to be a key scene from that chapter. And then we're going to take that image. Let's go. Here. Let's do this because this is going to be the game puzzle part. All right, so we're going to take that image from Gemini. Then we're going to create a canvas with a puzzle. So that image is going to be turned into a puzzle. And it's going to be simpler at the beginning. And then they'll get harder, more pieces, smaller towards the end of the story. So that's the overall idea here, and we're just going to repeat this for each chapter. Let's see, let's add so we're going to do something like this right here. Can I curve it again? Yeah. And let's see if I can move. And then we're going to take this. Let's go here. All right. And then we just complete this loop. This is very rough, y'all. Very rough, but this is how an idea comes to fruition. Or this is how I do it anyway. We're gonna loop that around here, loop it up here, loop it up here. Adjust this. Yeah, that looks like my brain, the inside of my brain. All right, so again, let's run through this again. And I'm doing this. This is my own head, right? So the user is going to come up. We're going to have a screen where you're going to pick your genre. Sci-fi, fantasy, horror, detective, western, superhero. You're going to be able to input your character name. And then any description that you want to start the story out. We're going to try using Grok 4.1 fast reasoning because it's cheap and it's good. I don't know how good it'll be at this, but we're going to find out. So then it's going to take that user input, create a story, that first chapter of the story, and then it's going to pick out a key scene, generate a image prompt to generate that scene. We're going to send that to Nano Banana. Then we're going to bring that image back, turn it into a puzzle piece or puzzle. Give the user a canvas to complete the puzzle, which will be an image of the story. And then we're going to, once that user completes the puzzle piece, we're going to loop. Well, we don't want to loop back there. That's wrong. See, this is why I talk it out. This is why I talk it out. We actually need to loop back right here. And let's just put here. How do I want to say this? Let's just do it this way. Let's take out first, and we'll say take user input and generate chapter of story on first pass, and each pass after generate next chapter. There we go. What do y'all think? Am I missing anything? Somebody give me some suggestions. If you see something that I'm missing, we can add it. I think this is a good start. I think I can take a picture of this. And by the way, this is Mandrill V2 right here. And this is my new build that I'm working on. And we're actually going to build this entire game inside of Mandrill V2. That's why I say it should be interesting night, because this will be the second build that I've done with Mandrill V2. So I'm sure we're going to have some bugs to work out. So let's save this. Let's see if this even works. I am not confident that's saved. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking through something here. So I don't think I've added. I'm gonna check one thing real quick.
Turn back the time and let you know to come home. All right, like I said, we're probably going to run into a lot of issues because we're testing Mandrill out. And that's what this is all about. But I'm not stopping until this game works tonight. So I'm not. It could be a late night. Could be a late night. But what I'm doing now is I want to see, because I probably just lost it again. I did. It's definitely not saving. That wasn't smart. Let's see if it can get this fixed. And I'm gonna have to draw it out again. So this time, before I do it all, let's see if it actually saves.
could be that because I don't have a selector. Always an adventure, man. Always an adventure. Somebody tell me a project you guys are working on. It's confused. Drawing on Mandrill V2, not the standalone. Yeah, it's not there. I'm not missing it, making sure I'm not missing it. But we don't have a way to load right now a saved canvas. Hang in there with me, people. We're going to get there. The code should be working, it says. Race condition. Two Boys says spring cleaning is their project. That doesn't sound like fun. Doesn't sound like fun at all. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens. We got a green save. It's named Journey. Now what happens if we go out and we come back and it's gone? So we don't have a way to select it. What I'm trying to tell you, Claude. All right, let me do something. Let me hard refresh and make sure. So I'm just telling them again that there is no way to select. It's keeping the name. Once you name, it's keeping that name, but it's not loading. That's not controlling what's loaded, the canvas that's loaded. I swear, did I just see use effect? Oh yeah, that's probably why. Somebody say hi. Tell me a project that you're working on. Do you use Claude Code? Do you use Open Code, AMP Code, Codex? What are you guys working with? So it's probably what's happening is it's clearing this canvas. It just keeps clearing the canvas. I think we're saving it. It's just when it's trying to load. So it's saying the data property is only read once on mount. The old code had a race condition. The canvas ID set. Excalidraw mounts immediately with initial data. Use effect. I swear, man. Sets initial data state, but Excalidraw ignores it since it mounted. I'm not real confident that this is going to work either. Oh, it did work. Hey. All right. Now we can go back to what we were doing. Okay, what did I say? Sci-fi. Let's make these medium. Sci-fi. Fantasy. Western. Horror. Detective. Just stick with me, man. I know I'm obsessing over this. All right, here we go. Let's get our arrow. All right, so we're going to pick our genre. Then we're going to have character name. And then we're going to have user story starter. All right, so we're going to color code these. There we go. All right, so the model, we said we're going to use Grok 4.1 fast reasoning because it's cheap. And we're going to see how it does. Oops, I did not mean to do that. There we go. All right, so we're going to pass that user information to Grok, and Grok will take user. So Grok's going to take that info and then generate a story arc and then the first chapter of the story. I'm glad we're starting over because I forgot a very important detail in the last time. So we're going to add that this time. And then we're going to have Grok will generate a image prompt. All right. All right, so we're going to get the user's going to pick your genre, sci-fi, fantasy, western, horror, or detective. We're going to ask the user to give a character name because they're going to be a part of the story. And then we're going to ask the user if they want to give a description to start the story, or what they want the story to be about. We're then going to pass that to Grok. Grok's going to generate a story arc in the first chapter of the story. And then it's going to generate a image prompt from that first chapter. We're going to pass it to Gemini Nano Banana to get an image generated. Then we're going to take this image We're going to take that image and we're going to create a puzzle out of that image. So we're going to make a canvas. And users going to be able to drag their puzzle pieces to the canvas. And once they create that, whoops, what I did there. And then once the user completes the puzzle, they move to the next chapter. All right, so what I need to add here, because the user is going to be involved. So then what we do, I think I need to add. I'm thinking this through here. Let's just put it right here. So what I did is I added here with just this, and again, this is a very rough outline. This is just how I visually see this happening. So I'm just trying to, throw in highlights and points along the way. So here I just said that, the first chapter is presented to the user to read. So just to get the flow, the model generates that first chapter, then it's going to be, the story is going to be presented to the user, and then that puzzle is going to come up where they're going to have to complete the puzzle to move on to the next chapter. And then what we need to do here is user is presented. So once you complete your puzzle piece, then you're going to be presented with a fork in the road, determining a question of how an action that can be taken through for the story. And if you can't tell, I'm kind of making this up as I go. No, not really, but I'm working it out as I go. All right, so user is presented with a choice on the action to take in the story. And then we're going to just loop this back, I think, here. Take out first here. Let's take this story arc out because I think that's just going to confuse them. I'm going to say just generate chapter of story, one chapter, this chapter of story. All right, that's better. So now I should be able to loop all this thing around, all of this stuff. So we're going to go here. And then we can go from here to here. Then we can take this. Here. And because this is bothering me. There we go. I think I'm happy with that. That's kind of a rough overview of what we're doing. Let's go through it again. User comes in, you're going to pick your category, genre, sci-fi, fantasy, western, horror, or detective. You're going to pick a character name. and then any story starter or description you want. And if it's left empty, the model will fill that in. We're going to use Grok 4 Fast Reasoning. Grok's going to take this user information and generate a one chapter of the story, and that chapter is then presented to the user to read. Grok will also generate an image prompt representing a major scene for that chapter. Let's take out one. That chapter and pass it to Gemini Nano Banana. We'll take that image and create a puzzle canvas for the user to complete. Once user completes the puzzle, then they move to the next chapter. User is presented with a choice on the action to take in the story. So we're going to have a question, some kind of action the user has to make a decision on. Somebody tell me something that I'm missing here, because I know I'm missing something, but this is what we're going with right now. Okay, so I should be able to just do it here right now. All right, so the question is, do I have enough in my head right now to start a plan? So let's just find out. All right, this is anybody's watching live, this is Mandrill V2. This is a project I've been working on. Let's see if I have it up. I don't have it up yet. Let's do it here. Uh-oh, that's not good. Oh, I know why. Actually, I don't know why. Like I said, we're live. We are live. All right, let's do this. I got to get this Claude to save a context on what it just did in Mandrill, which is what I'm trying to start, but for some reason it's not starting. Let's get him to do this first. Mandrill's serving on my VPS, so my guess is it's a auth issue on the database. because it's up, because it's saving a context now to it right now. So I know it's working. Let's clear this. Let's say let's do it this way. So I'm just telling him it's where it's located, where it's deployed at. It's on my Hetzner BPS and the location it's at. And I bet you I've got an auth token that's not being recognized. And of course, I've not had this problem, so I don't, it's really odd. So it says, I see the issue. The UI backend is not running. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what it is. Bet I know what it is. Yeah, I don't, this has happened before. I don't know why that endpoint gets changed. See, I told it. I knew that's what it was. Well, it says it looks correct. Speed bumps, man. Speed bumps. It's all right. Anybody watching live? Tell me where you're from. Be kind of cool to see where everybody's from. Little side quest right now, working on Mandrill to see why we can't get logged in. Always happens live, doesn't it? When something doesn't work. This is a lot harder problem than I thought it was going to be. I can log on from my laptop. Let's see what it does over here. Yeah, hold on. Got some new information for you. So I can log on my laptop, though it's something on my desktop, which I do not know what that could be. So we got to go clear. Let's see if this works. Nope. I think I need to do session storage. Now let's delete them again. Close this, hard refresh. Nope. I am looking for the login request and I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Any errors in the console? We're just debugging, man. We're just debugging now. Can I not copy this? One element of null. I guess I can't copy this. But I do not see a form element of null. See a form ID. Right. The best laid plans never go as planned, right? Never go as planned. He says, now we're getting somewhere. Cores. Always cores. I promise we're going to get into the good stuff as soon as we get this fixed. I think it's got it fixed. I really am confident. Nope. Maybe not. There we go. There we go. Get back to dark mode. Now we're in. Okay, now I got to reorient my mind on what we were originally doing. So this is Mandrel V2. This is where I left off. And this is the original Mandrel that I built. And this is what I use to build every project I've ever built. This was the first tool that I built. It's a Postgres database. PG vector, so it has semantic search. and we store context. You have a project selector up here, so these are all the projects. So this is the Stream Deck that I built last night and finished up this morning. So when you're working on a project, this is where we work from. So every context gets stored here. So you can kind of have checkpoints of where you stop, start. We can track task in here. So if I'm doing a big build, I'll usually use this task tracker. Any decisions, like important decisions, key decisions, can be saved here as well. We have session tracking, which I'm not using right now. And so yeah, that's the original Mandrill, and it's an MCP, so the AI can talk directly to it. I think we have 21 tools connected. And then this is Mandrill V2. So the idea here with Mandrill V2 is I'm building this for the normies, right? Like the people that just want to build apps, personal apps for themselves at home. So I'm trying to make this as easy as possible and to solve some of the problems that I've found while building with AI. So one of the things that first things that I did was I created a plan mode, and we have what we call an engineer. So we can create a new project. We're going to call this Journey. And then this is where we're going to list our project description. What I need to do though is I need to be able to put a image in here, and I did not do that. Tell you what, we're just going to describe it out. We're going to do it just like I'm asking any user to do it. All right, so I'm going to go quiet for just a minute here while I try to type this out and think. I'm talking and I have my mic off. I'm a pro at this, y'all. I'm a pro. So what we're doing, I just filled in a generic prompt of what I want, you know, kind of what our outline of what we want. And what's happening is the engineer is going to take that information and then fill in any information on these contracts, because it has to fill in contracts before this engineer can complete its job. And we're using contracts to try to prevent drift. So your naming convention's the same. Your data structures are the same. Your APIs are the same. One thing I know I do have to do is I have to try to speed this process up, because it can take a little bit of time. I have not tested this in about a week or so hopefully we're connecting on the back end. What we're using is we're using Claude Code headless. Let's see what our oh yeah, this is not looking good. I think it's, no, that's not it. This is it. I should have copied that prompt. I can tell you that right now. Let's clear this. My guess is that is an auth token issue. Working out the bugs, man. Working out the bugs. But if you stick with me, we're going to get this built. We are using quad code headless. Don't be lazy on me, man. Don't be lazy on me. When did that change? It's trying to parse the entire STD out as a single JSON object, but Claude Code now outputs multiple JSON objects, one per line. Inline helper. Come on, man. There we go. It changed it. It should know better than to do that. see. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna have to type that all out again though. That sucks. Nope, it's still there. All right. Save worked. Now let's see if it actually connects. I'm gonna give that a minute because it does take a minute. So if anybody is watching live, tell me a project that you're working on or say hi. Don't be shy. I'm not sure that we're working again here. One more time, yeah. We got that same 500 error. We are struggling here tonight. We are struggling here tonight. Anybody watching live, if you are, say hi. So I'm not talking to the void here. All right, so some more air logging here. Plan, Brian. Engineer, journey. Gonna go to network. And I do not see a failed request. Logged in. This might be what we're looking for. Let's see if this is it. Let's see if this is what we need. Come on, man. Hi, two boys. I did get somebody to say hi. Stop yelling at me, man. Stop yelling at me. Response. I don't think that's telling us a lot, but I'm going to give it to you. Gonna give it to you. The later it goes, the weirder it's gonna get. Calling the LLM here. I think we're timing out, maybe? I don't know what. There we go. There it is. There it is. I think this will get us what we need. Hopefully. Hopefully. I'm still not confident. I'm still not confident. Because I think we're back to where we were. But we'll see. And I'm going to make it explain it to me in a second. So we should be able to see it here. I need to raise my monitor another 3 inches at least. Did it go through? Oh yeah, we're good now. We're working now. We're working now. All right. Let's take that over. All right, now we're back on track. So back to the contract. So this thing has to fill in contracts before we can move on past this step. So right now we're showing that we have 26% of the contracts filled in. So what we're going to do now is this model is going to walk us through and ask us questions to fill in the remaining parts of this contract. So this is a really fun concept, a story-driven puzzle game where narrative progression is gated by completing image puzzles. It's got a solid picture of what you're building. Let me walk through what I captured and where I need more detail. What's clear? The core loop, genre selection, character creation, AI-generated story chapters, AI-generated scene images, jigsaw puzzles that gate progression, 7 chapters per story. I forgot to add questions in there, but we'll get that in there. All right, so it's going to ask about the stack. For the stack, I need to know your preferences. Are you building this as a web app, React? God, they love React. We need something else besides React. What about the puzzle engine? Canvas based, HTML5 Canvas, WebGL, or DOM based? And where does this live? Is this a new standalone project or integrating into Mandrill V2? No, we're not integrating. All right, so let's answer question number 1 is stack. We are going, this is web app. Let's use React. Let's use WebGL, Canvas. And this is a standalone project named Journey. And then what is our, for data, we need to define the story chapter puzzle models. How are stories persisted? Do users have accounts? Can they resume a story? Let's do lightweight. File based or lightweight B. All right, we're just saying we can use files. We're not going to go crazy with this on the back end. For interface, the 2 external API integrations, Grok and Gemini, need shape. Are you using existing provider keys from Mandrill V2s? Bring your own key system. Let's standalone. Let's use .env. No exposed keys and code. Or code. All right, and then what are we doing for architecture? The puzzle mechanics are most complex piece. How puzzle pieces are generated from an image. Difficulty scales across 7 chapters. Piece count, piece shape, complexity, and the path. All right, so we're gonna do complexity equal number pieces Let's start with 36. Up. Say last half. Also change shapes. I'm giving this thing a lot of leeway here, but we're going to see what happens. So hopefully I answered several of these questions so we can speed this process up, because right now it was just saying to start with a stack, but hopefully I went through here and answered some of these. Oh, I need to add this. To add after chapter story is presented and user completes puzzle and rock ask user action to take for next All right, so we're saying the stack we're going to use, this is going to be a web app. We're going to use React, WebGL, Canvas. Standalone project name is Journey. We're going to do lightweight storage. Can be file-based or a lightweight database. It's going to do a file-based. I know it will. Probably a JSON. And then for the keys, we're saying we want a .env so they're not hard-coded so nobody can see them. All right, great details in that user action choice between chapters is a huge addition. So the loop is actually read chapter, complete puzzle, choose an action, next chapter, incorporate that choice. All right, let me confirm a few stack specifics before I lock this domain down. Language, we're going to use TypeScript. Yes. And then we're gonna do, yeah, we can use Vite. Let's use Framer Motion. No, actually, let's use GSAP. I just started messing with that a little bit. And then I'll say, or pick is best. Puzzle rendering. So rendering, we're gonna say pick what is best, but we need this visually appealing, so they don't take shortcuts. Back end, do we need one? It's lightweight storage. We could go client only with the AI APIs called from a thin proxy to hide keys. Now let's do Express. Let's do Express server. And lightweight DB, something like SQLite. Let's do SQL Lite. All right, so hopefully I answered all those questions. So we're at 34% before I submitted that. So let's see where we end up here. This architecture piece should be filled in pretty well, or the stack. Definitely the stack should be. All right, so we're at 44%. All choices. Let me lock these in. Proposal rendering, I'm going to go with Pixie.js. That's the best fit here. It's a mature 2D WebGL render with canvas fallback. Excellent sprite handling, perfect for puzzle pieces. Built-in interaction events, drag and drop, and smooth performance with even with 100 pieces. It's far more ergonomic than raw canvas. Animations, GSAP is a great call. Of course it said that. If I would have picked the other, it would have said that was a great call. Yeah, NPN's good. Now data. Yeah, see, stack is filled in, so we're good there. User accounts or anonymous session. We're just going to do an anonymous. Session right now. Story is definitely saved and can replay story without solving puzzles. Just can navigate through story. All right, and image storage. Let's just keep it all in the same family. Store base 64 and SQL Lite. And then action choices. When Grok presents the user with action choices between chapters, is that a free text input or multiple choice? Options Grok generates. Let's do multiple choice. Two and a half hour. Whoa, what happened to my voice there? 2.5 hours in, and we're finally starting to move here. Where we at? 50%, halfway there. Halfway there now. All right, let me lock down the remaining data specifics. So, character name. Do we want restrictions? Max length. Let's do max length. 25. Must enter a character name. To proceed. And then story description, the optional user input, max length. Let's just do 500. And how many action choices should Grok? How many action choices should Grok generate between chapters? 3 options or 4? Anybody got a suggestion? Should we do 3 options or 4? Let's do 4. All right, puzzle piece positions. I need a model how pieces are tracked. I'm thinking each piece gets an ID, correct grid position, row column, current position, XY on screen. That makes sense. Rotation. And we do want to, yes. And we do want to have rotation from the start. We don't. Oh, no, that's good enough. Know when to be quiet, Brian. Know when to be quiet. Chapter 7, since it's the final, is there still a puzzle after it, or does completing chapter 7's, is there still a puzzle after it, or does completing chapter 7's puzzle in the story? All right, so we're going to complete chapter 7 puzzle. The final scene is so what I'm saying is, once the last puzzle is completed, complete chapter 7 puzzle, and then the final scene is all puzzle images are displayed as a storyboard to the user. All right, let's go with that. If someone would go to my YouTube channel and hit subscribe, that would make me very happy. Just one person, just one. All right, we are at 54%. Let's nail down the piece count progression. You said start at 36. So 36, 48, 63, 80, 99, 120, 143. Sounds fine to me. Let's go ahead and answer a few of these questions. After that, he wants to move to scope, specifically who's the target audience. Target audience is all ages and adults. I'll just do all ages. Come on, all ages. What are explicit non-goals? No multiplayer, no mobile app. Oh. Let's keep it simple right now. We're gonna do no mobile app and no multiplayer. Although I do have an idea for that now. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. The question is, will these contracts work? All right. What happens after the storyboard finale? Can users start a new story immediately from the same session? Is there a home screen? Yeah, we're going to have a home flash screen on entry and on completion for the game. Non-goals. Let me confirm these are all out of scope. No user accounts, no leaderboards, no sharing social features, no story editing after generation, no saving. What we're going to do though, yes, this is correct. Do want to put one scope feature. That is exportable PDF. Now, exportable image. Completed. Final scene. You know what? I think I need to add. We can do that later. We need to add some kind of scoring. All right, 3, budget, timeline constraints, any deadline or cost limits, API usage, deadlines. What do you mean by deadlines? Let's do this. Let's see what it can do. Explain deadlines. When in doubt, ask. On deadlines, I'm asking whether you have a target date for when you want Journey. Target date. That's funny. Yeah, tonight. Tonight, biatch. Tonight. All right, genre selection, character naming, optional story description, AI generated 7-chapter interactive story, AI generated chapter scene images provided by Gemini, jigsaw puzzles with rotation, escalating difficulty, 36 to 143 pieces, edge piece filter sort on puzzle screen, 4-choice action selection, journey path canvas with smooth GSAP animation, storyboard final displaying all 7-chapter images, exportable storyboard image, and story replay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Hey, by the way, I have this. Listen to this. Say yes. Told you it was going to get weird.
Yes, yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
No hard deadline or budget constraints, so we won't over-engineer cost controls. Let me mark scope as satisfied and move to interfaces. All right, API style. REST endpoints from Express. Any reason to consider anything else? No. REST is good. When we call Grok for chapter generation, we need it to return structured data, chapter text plus 4 action choices plus image prompt. Are you planning to use Grok's JSON mode, or should we parse structured output from a system prompt? We're going to do whichever is best. Dealer's choice. Baby, dealer's choice. Error handling for AI calls. If Grok or Gemini fails mid-story, rate limit timeout. Should we retry automatically? Yes, retry. Show error. Oh no. Or rate limiting. Any concern about users spamming new stories, or is this low traffic enough that we don't need throttling? Right now, we're not going to do any rate limiting. So we're not putting this in production. This is just for personal use. And Grok's cheap. I think it's 20 cents input, 50 cents output. It's almost bathroom break time. All right, locked in for Grok structured output. I'll use JSON mode with a well-defined schema in the system prompt. It's more reliable than parsing free text and gives us a typed response. And we can validate with Zod. Automatic retry for errors, 3 attempts. Let me define the endpoint list. Here's what I'm thinking. Story flow. So start an ID, chapter next. Get the chapter number. Sounds good. And for anybody just joining or just coming in, what we're doing is we're building a story puzzle game. And the user's gonna pick a genre. They're gonna pick a character name. And then they're gonna be able to start the story off or give a story description if they want. If not, the model will fill it in for them. But we're going to send that to Grok for one fast reasoning. And we're going to get a story, chapter story back, along with an image prompt that goes along with that story. We're going to send that prompt to Gemini, have the image generated, bring it back, and turn that into a puzzle. The user has to complete the puzzle to go to the next chapter. And we're building this inside my project, Mandrill V2, which I'm building as a non-tech user interface. So you can build personal apps. All right, so perfect puzzle states client side, server only knows about completion. This keeps things simple and avoids constant network chatter during gameplay. All right, what are we asking now? Mono repo or separate repo? Single repo with client and server directories or 2 separate projects? Let's do mono repo. So that's preference. It's going to do it the standard way anyway. 3 is puzzle engine architecture. The image to puzzle pieces pipeline. Should the server slice the images into pieces using sharp/canvas libs and send piece data to the client, or should the client receive the full image and handle slicing in Pixie.js? And I'm going to say whichever is best for game performance. So make them think about that. State management on the client side, React's built-in state plus context, or do we want a state library like Zustad for managing story progress puzzle pieces? React just scared. Look, we're gonna do separate because React is stand to keep separate. I think I'm sitting here thinking, I think if we use stand, because I think it's going to be better architecturally to keep it separate. At least it will for me in my head. %65 done. We're getting there. That's what I said. I've got to find a way to speed this process up a little bit. But the idea here is to do two things. One is to make the model think about what it's building, so it has to answer these questions. And like I said, to prevent drift. All right. Client-side slicing and Pixie.js. That's what I would have thought. So the server sends the full base 64 image, and the client generates puzzle pieces using Canvas clipping paths. The Bezier curve, tabs, blanks. This avoids server load from image processing, eliminates transferring dozens of individual piece images, and lets us dynamically adjust piece shapes on the fly. All sounds good. All right, so what do we got left? We got conventions to define yet, and then a little bit of the environment, which I think we picked up here. All right, while this model is answering, well, it just answered. Let's see here. I'll answer this and then I'll go. One. Oh, these are all fine. We want testing, no. We'll do testing from the start. And let's see, that's 2. Let's just answer them all. Thought this was going to be easier, but it's not. 1 is good. 2 we answered. 3 is good. Component patterns. Functional components only. Props by interface or types. Any conventions around how this could be structured. Choice. Oops. Forgot to answer 1. All right, give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I had to get another Celsius. Second one. Starting to crash. All right, it says he's locked in. I didn't answer 5, but I went with dedicated animation utility since it keeps components clean. Animations reusable. Last domain is environment. All right, no port preferences. You choose. That is fine. And 3, any other config you want externalized, like piece count per chapter, retry attempts, or should those be code constants? Code constants. We're about done with this phase. I think this is it. We should move to our documents next. There we are. So now we get a review of what we did, kind of a plan. So we got a project purpose, lays out the core flow. User lands on splash home screen, selects a genre, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, western, detective. User enters a character name, required max 25 characters. User optionally enters a story description. Grok generates chapter 1 of the story. Story chapter is presented to the user. Grok generates an image prompt for a major scene in the chapter. Gemini generates an image from that prompt. Image becomes a jigsaw puzzle the user must solve with piece rotation. After solving the puzzle, Grok presents 4 action choices that affect the next chapter. User selects an action. Grok generates the next chapter, incorporating that choice. Repeat steps 6 through 11 for chapters 2 through 6. Chapter 7, solve final puzzle, then storyboard finale displays all 7 chapter images. User can export storyboard as a downloadable image. Return to splash home screen. All right, so we have all of our contracts filled in, and now we can generate files, and this is all getting saved to a database, and that we can pass along this chain as we build this. Check something. Give me 1 second here. I think YouTube is down. Is it down? I was there. Nah, we're still up. Is it down? All right, so we've got handoff documents saved. And what this did is it should have created, let's see if it did. Let's pull this down. Oh, I got a server running there. I got to go here. It's bigger. There we go. Yeah, Journey. So it created a folder called Journey. And if we go to that folder, then you see our handoff in here and our plan. And then this is our contracts. So if we go to CD contracts, this is our contracts here: architecture, conventions, data, environment, interfaces, scope, and stack. So Mandrill's created our project, created it in a database, and then also created our file structure, and placed these documents in that file. So this is complete. Now what we can do is we can go to the designer, and we can work on the front end. Let's see. We're gonna do this. Why is it not picking up the new project? All right, we gotta check that a second. Give me just a minute here. All right, let's go here. Was it dark path? What should happen complete everything. I think I did everything I need to do here. So when we go to designer, that project should be listed here. This phase not complete. Should be done. Yeah, it says right here, engineer session is complete with all 7 domains satisfied. What happened? The engineer session completed and reached the complete phase, but the contract promotion failed silently. The error was caught and logged at line 222, but didn't block the phase transition. This was likely caused. All right, so it's saying it should work now. Let's go back. Let's refresh. Good designer. New designs. There we go. All right. Now we're going to give a brief description here of what we're doing. All right, you're gonna have to give me just a minute here. I gotta think through this. It should pick up most of this from the contracts that's being passed to it because it can read them. But I'm just reinforcing some things here. And I'll be honest with you, I've only ran this flow once. So I'm not sure how this is going to go. And that was a very vague description I gave it. So I'm hoping it does pick up everything it needs in the contracts. Yeah, so see, it says it's seeing that the final storyboard showing all 7 chapter images together. So it's read the handoff and the contracts. So it's asking me, the big question is to start, mood and visual tone. Since the app spans multiple genres, we need a design system that feels cohesive but can flex across sci-fi, fantasy, horror, western, and detective themes. Let me ask you this first. What overall feeling should the app give off? Think of it like walking into a room. Should it feel cozy, like a cozy bookstore, a sleek sci-fi command center, a mysterious adventure map, or something else entirely? This will help me figure out the right colors, fonts, and visual style for everything. I need suggestions from somebody. Somebody has to be watching live right now. Somebody give me a suggestion. How should this feel when you come into the app? Should it feel cozy like a bookstore? Should it feel like a sleek sci-fi command center? Or a mysterious adventure map? Or something else entirely? All right, nobody's going to tell me. Let's go cozy bookstore. Who doesn't like a cozy bookstore? I'm going to give it some encouragement though, because I do like its suggestion of story. So try to push it that way so it keeps expanding on that flexible feel depending on the story, the genre. All right, so this is something that I put in here. It's a palette builder, so you can actually pick colors, design colors. It's going to give you its suggestions. So it's saying, so is the core shell, splash screen, genre, selection, navigation would have that bookstore warmth. Think amber lighting, rich paper tones, soft edges. Then once you're inside a story, the palette and mood could shift to match the genre. Cool blues, metallics for sci-fi, deep greens and golds for fantasy, dark reds and shadows for horror, and dusty earth tones for western. Cozy bookstore. Pull together some warm, inviting colors for you to look at. You can tweak anything that doesn't feel right. So this is what it's suggesting, and I could actually pick different colors over here if I wanted to. And it's trying to give you a kind of a preview of the colors it's picked. Not sure how well that's represented, but kind of get an idea. So, I mean, for me, somebody that's very visual, and that's how I learn and how my brain operates, this helps me a lot. So, but we're going to go with that. Say this looks good, warm, and inviting. All right, so it's obviously not. Why did it not accept that? Let's do this. Let's name this Journey Flash and see what happens. Let's do. Should the chapter titles and headings feel classic and literary, like an old book cover, or more modern and clean? What do we want here? Let's do modern and clean. No, I'm changing it. I'm changing it. Classic and literary. Old school, baby. Old school. All right, so here we get to pick a font pairing. We're gonna go, I think I like this one. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Use this pairing. So I'm trying, what I'm trying to do with Mandrill V2 is be able to walk a user through that doesn't know anything. Hopefully, this is the idea. It doesn't know anything about AI and how to build an app, that you can come here and build an app successfully. All right, now it's asking, let's think about the layout, how the screens are structured, and how you move between them. Your app has a very natural linear flow. Splash screen, pick a genre, create a character, read chapters, solve puzzles, choose what happens next. Finale, here's what I'm thinking. Should it feel like turning pages in a book, one screen at a time, flowing forward, or more like exploring a map where you can see your journey progress and jump between points? That's what I want. More like exploring a map. All right, a map-based journey. I love that. It adds a real sense of adventure and progress. You can see where you've been, where you are now, what's ahead. It makes the 7-chapter progression feel like a real quest. Let me show you some layout options. Since your app is full screen storytelling experience, no traditional sidebar or top nav needed. I'm thinking layouts that maximize the content. Well, you only gave me one to pick, so we'll just pick that one. I am going to have to change this music. I'm going to have to get something more hyped. All right, let's talk about the screens themselves, what each page looks like and feels like. Let me start with the first thing user sees, the splash screen. Since this is a cozy bookstore feel, should the splash feel like opening a storybook? Yeah, let's just do opening storybook. We're getting there, 64%. We're about to go build. Hang in there with me if anybody's still watching. We're about to find out if we can build this. All right, let me think through the rest of the screens with you. After the storybook opens to genre selection, how should the 5 genres be presented? Since we're in a bookstore world, I'm imagining them as book spines on the shelf. You pull one off the shelf, it's going to look, if we do that, illustrated book covers, 5 distinct covers laid out, each style to its genre. Let's do book spines. Book spines on the shelf. But let's not make this basic. Let's put some effort to design and lighting. Stick with me here. Gotta change this music up, man. Oh, what in the world? Then why are you asking me for it again? Cancel, cancel, cancel. Go to stations. There we go. All right, we're going to do... Told you, the later it goes, the weirder it's going to get. Let's try this. Let's try that. How should the shelf itself look? I'm picturing dark aged wood, walnut, or mahogany. Boy, they make it sound good. But it's not going to look like they make it sound. Done this enough. Let's do Grand Library. Says good morning because it's 12:25. All right, we're going to open the book to enter the details. So open book, blank page. So for the style, we're gonna have it like we're gonna open the book, and then you'll be able to fill in your user information there. All right, for our waiting spinner, what do we want? Yeah, I like the ink flowing. So we're saying ink flowing, words appearing, pages turning for the loading. Three and a half hours streaming. Going for a record tonight. All right, now let's talk about how the story chapters are presented. Once they are ready, you've got a full chapter of narrative text to read. Since we're inside a book, should the chapter text appear on book pages like you're reading an open book with 2 pages? All right, like you're reading an open book with 2 facing pages, the text in a classic typeset layout, or would you prefer a single scrolling parchment, one continuous page? You scroll through, keeping it simpler, but in the book world. We're going to do 2 facing pages. Classic. I'm gonna yawn. All right, after reading the chapter, you'll see the AI generated scene that becomes your puzzle. Before the puzzle starts, should the image be revealed in a dramatic way, for example, all right, the transition. Let's see. We're going to do book closes and image fills the screen, but we only want image played short period as all right, so I'm saying the transition is the book's gonna close after the story's presented. The chapter, once you're finished reading it, it's gonna close, and then the generated image is gonna appear briefly, and then it's gonna dissolve into the puzzle that you need to complete. Should there be a reference thumbnail visible while you're solving the puzzle, a small version of the image in the corner to peek at, or should the brief glimpse be all you get, making the puzzle more challenging and completed image more rewarding? What we can do here, let's add a optional so he's asking if we want a small thumbnail of the image so you can use it as a reference. And what I'm saying is let's add a button so the user can choose to bring that up if they want to. All right, yeah, we want piece count. We want total piece count. Total completed. Yes, 12:36. And do we want a timer? Yes. Let's track time to completion as a stat. Chapter number, reminder of where you are in the story. Yes. We want clear chapter indicator. All right, so total piece count was what do we want to display? Total piece count, and then the total that have completed. So we've got 12 of 36, and then timer. We're going to track the time to completion and use that as like a stat. And then yes, we want a clear indication of what chapter we're on. After the complete puzzle, there should be a satisfying payoff moment. The image is fully revealed. Your time is shown. And for chapters 1 through 6, you need to choose one of 4 actions. How should the 4 actions choices be presented? Since we're in a story world, a few ideas, handwritten options on parchment. We're going to do handwritten options. All right, I'm struggling with music because this is not it. Get the birds chirping. Here we want a timeline path. This is the payoff when you finish the story. You complete the last puzzle. We're going to display all of the images in a timeline path. Showing journey. We're getting there. 80% done. All right, next up. Let's dig into interactions and animations. This app has a lot of rich moments: book opening, turning pages, puzzle shattering, ink flowing, dramatic and cinematic, big sweeping, take your time, transitions are snappy and fluid. It's cinematic, dramatic, cinematic and dramatic, and cinematic. All right, puzzle completion celebration. When you snap that last piece into place, how big should that moment feel? Options: golden light burst, warm light radiates out from the completed image, like sunlight breaking through clouds, maybe particles of gold. Image comes alive, a subtle parallax or breathing effect, or an orchestral swell feel. Screen dims slightly around the edges. The completed image is spotlit. A dramatic visual crescendo. Let's do orchestra. I like this, even though I can't say it. Feel. Anybody still with me? You are, say hi in the chat. Or am I all alone here? Am I all alone? Talking to the great void. If it's there and I'm missing it. Oh, I did not go up far enough. Look at me. What an idiot. Come on, Brian. I got a feeling that we got a problem here. Let's go with the logs. This is completed. That's our project contract. It just showed up. I wasn't being patient. Wasn't being patient. So there's our preview. Genre. You pick your sci-fi, fantasy, horror. Now, you got to realize this is, we can iterate on this and make this better, but create. You can enter your name, character name, description of the story. This is what your loading preview will look like. And then this is what the story will look like. Then we get to a puzzle. I'm not sure that I like that yet, but we'll work on that. Chapter 3 illustration. And then the journey. All right. I can live with that. So we're going to finalize design. And we should be design complete. Your design handoff is ready. So now if we go back over, it was here. And let's make this bigger so we can see it. Don't even see it there. And let's copy this just to make sure. All right. So we have went through the engineer. We have been through the designer phase, and all contracts are done. So now we're ready to build. So we go up to the build page and we're going to go to contractor and we're going to pick our project here. So we're going to pick journey. And now the model is going to review the contracts and all the information, the handoffs and all of that we've provided. And hopefully it's going to build the Journey app. So now it's going to ask us any questions that it's not clear on. The scope contract says exportable storyboard as a downloadable image, and the interface contract has get API story, ID storyboard export, server composites the 7 images, but no contract specifies the layout, dimensions, resolution, format, or designer page contract says timeline journeys past style, but the server needs concrete specs to composite images. And I'm going to say, let's do what is standard best for user. What are the specific Grok system prop requirements in JSON schema for story generation? The interface contract mentions JSON mode and structured schema, but doesn't define the actual system prompt template and how genre the prompt, how chapter 7 prompt differs. No, actually, this is critical. And what I'm going to say here is we need to iterate this or choose best path for now. Obviously, I've got to work on how this model presents these questions. It's way too technical for an everyday or for just a normal person. How does the Gemini image generation API call work? What parameters, image size, and format? The interface contract says image, but there's no specific target image dimension resolution. Define these up front and let's keep them consistent. So basically it's complaining, saying that there's no image size or aspect ratio defined or resolution. So I'm just going to tell it to define those up front, and then we'll keep them consistent across project build. And here I am going to tell it to, let's go look at some apps to repos to get idea of how it's normally implemented, and we will follow those patterns. How should piece rotation work? What are the rotation increments and snap to rotation rules? Scope says jigsaw puzzle with rotation and the designer interactions mentioned piece rotate, subtle tick with tactile mechanical feel, but no contract defines rotation increment 90 degrees, free rotation. Piece must rotated. To snap. And let's make increments by 45 degrees. Yes, user can resume. Completing puzzle. If completed puzzle 3. After 3, and the restart would be almost done. How should the edge piece filter sort feature work in the puzzle UI? Both the scope and design components contracts mention edge pieces filter sort. on puzzle screen, but don't define the UX. This does it visually highlight edge pieces. Sort them on the top. And we're going to do toggle view of pieces available. So when selecting edge pieces, only those are displayed. Align these for best practice. All right. Submit all of those questions and hopefully we start building. I'm running out of steam. Running out of steam. $2 and I'm still running out of steam. Obviously, I've got to do a better job with the waiting screen here. And I have plans for that. So just so everybody knows, this is the rough, very rough Mandrel V2 that you're seeing. Not polished at all. Just seeing if it's going to work. All right. I'm getting impatient. Getting impatient. I don't see any errors, and it looks like there we go. There we go. All right, so now we can see, or we get a plan that's broken out into phases. So phase 1 is the foundation. That's just setting up your file structure. Then we're going to do the back end, the server, database. And then we work on their API flow. And then we're going to work on the engine. So we're going to hit approve and build. And now we are actually building. So if I actually had a crowd in here and somebody that would talk to me, we could have a discussion now. What we have over here is we have context being stored into our Mandrill V2 database. We should see small updates up here as the build goes along. Then we have a timeline view up here too, where we're at. And then of course, this is going to tell us where we're at right now. So 1 of 22 tasks completed. 14 files created. So what does everybody think about the Anthropic hoopla that's going on right now? Did anybody cancel their Claude subscription? What I have planned here is, this is a point, hopefully, we'll get to where user can hit start the build, and then we'll add a hook in here. So if the model needs input, which it shouldn't during this build phase, but once it's complete, it can send you a message, an email. Or actually, we're going to connect it to Telegram, so you'll be able to get a notification through Telegram. This is obviously going to take a while, so I'm not sure anybody's still in here. It is 1:18 in the morning, and I'm an old man. So I'm going to let this record, but I'm going to stop streaming for the night. And in the morning when I get up, hopefully we have a storybook, a story puzzle game. So thank you everybody for watching. If anybody's in here now, I would appreciate a subscribe on YouTube. That would make me feel really good. And then come back tomorrow and I'll show you either the completion or the flop. So until then,